Last name Maxfield.
Is that going to be our first one this morning?
It will. Is Kathy coming in?
She's out today.
Okay.
She's out tomorrow. Sure. I saw on that tablet there. The docs application is
Yes.
getting deprecated later in the year.
Yes. But we've had 2 tablets so far go down. Even though it says it's later in the year, they've actually.
Oh, it's
So,
a switch, yeah.
yes, so on this one, you actually have to go into the cloud, and then it does make you have to tap it a couple of times to get to the actual. So it's not as seamless, and we'll just deal with it as they go down. We'll have to have a little bit different procedure. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
I think so, yes.
Okay.
You're online,
Mr.
Scott?
Maxfield,
We are. Okay,
you can have a seat right there.
okay. Morning. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
How are you all?
Matthew Maxfield.
Okay, we are, let's see. It is Wednesday, July 6th at 8:26, and we are convening the session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We have a quorum? We do. Great, we can proceed with some hearings. You're Matthew, is it?
Correct, Matt.
Matt, okay. Matt, I have some administrative stuff to run through first, and then you'll be asked to swear in, and then I'll step you through that
Very good.
process when you get to it. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1979. Account number 15005, which is 10 South Point Circle in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And let's verify what we have under protest.
Q1 and Q2, it's appraised market and equity.
Okay, thank you. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience in this hearing. The survey may be completed using the form that's right there under your folder. You'll also receive a copy in the determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing. Information about how to return it is included on the top of the form, as well as how to, if you want to take it online, you can do that as well. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I see we have an evidence package from you. Has all of your evidence been submitted?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I've got Wagner to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Sorry. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time, and Val will help you with that.
I, Matthew Maxfield, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District District is true and correct.
And I guess the sound where it's smashed up potential visual report for that kind of district is true.
Okay.
Okay, man, I need to ask if you hold a license, a certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. And just so you know, the four of us around the table are the ARB, and Ray Presley at the end of the table is the district representative. Scott Arrington in the back is also with the district, and he's driving all the technology. All your evidence is available to us on the tablets, and that will be displayed up on the wall. Over on the left hand, there is a chart that's the hearing procedure times. It takes two forms. One is if you decide to go first in presentation, or the second is if the district goes first. Both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first, but you get to make the choice.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay, excellent.
I'll be running the timer, and you'll have 5 minutes. And some more minutes later on as we go.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Right, so thank you for having me. I'm Matthew Max, I live at 10 South Point Circle here in Rockport, Texas, and so I've owned this house since 2012, and have never protested my taxes. Let me start with that. When we went through, and obviously with a 33% increase in our taxes this year, we went through and looked at all of the homes in our HOA. We're familiar with Cape Valero, but it's 2 miles off the Cape Valero Road off Market Street. It is a subdivision that is protected by an HOA, under an HOA. All homes in the area have to meet a certain size and spec, as well as maintain their structural appearance, and things that happen. Obviously, Harvey did a lot of damage to all of our homes. We were probably the most affected by the flooding that happened during Harvey. The disparity that we noted and provided is that we went through and looked at a chart, which I provided. If you'll see, it's the chart that has all the homes around the Cape Valero subdivision area. This one right here. And what I'm going to focus on are the 15 homes that are on the waterfront, and that all these homes here are on the waterfront. You'll see my home is the subject up there at the top with the arrow. We came in at a property value of $232 per square foot. Of the 15 homes in this on the waterfront, there is a difference of 72% per square foot. We go from a low of $178 a square foot, which is up here on your top left. I want to point out that home, subject number, would that be 71208, and the one right below it are both two of the newest homes in our subdivision. And both of them had recently sold. And both of them are being appraised at values well under ours, which is our home was built in 2007. When I look at where we fell within these 15 homes, we were number 4 from the top out of 15. So at a value of $232 per square foot, we come in at almost the highest, near the highest quartile of these areas, which, you know, when you look at the number of new homes that are in the area, or that are or here, as well as the size of the homes, it just seems like it's disparate. It just doesn't seem equitable as to where we landed. It's our opinion that our home value is somewhere closer into this $180 to $200 range, and is definitely overappraised and overvalued at the $232 per square foot.
Still have a minute and a half.
I'm done.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right. You'll get some more time. district has 2 minutes cross and 5 minutes present, 7 minutes total.
I don't have any thoughts. I'll just go into our evidence. I can show you guys where this is at on picture so that you can see it. You can kind of know what we're talking about here. Can you zoom out? Zoom out. Okay, right here. So, this is Cape Valero. And if you go back that way, you end up at 1069. You go back that way, you end up in Fort Bay. And I believe some of the lower, couple of the lower valued per square foot stuff. Zoom in a little bit, Scott. It's gonna be some of these properties right here. We have them in a different neighborhood than these properties. There are some neighborhoods around here where we're trying to figure out and nail down values. In other words, we're not necessarily associating this with this. We're not associating these values with these values, but it's nuanced, but there is some differences. And if you pull down this way, for example, keep on going or zoom out a little bit. We're treating, you know, this different than this, and this different than this and this. Pull down, and this right here is different than everything. So you've almost got you've got a South End micro neighborhood, this new development neighborhood, you've got this Mariner neighborhood, you've got whatever this is over here. And then there's a little bit of a neighborhood going on here. It's kind of it's segmented out in Cape Valero. There are some differences in there. So there's going to be some differences in square footage values. What's going on in here? If we look at the cells, we're at 10 South Point Circle for the subject. 30 South Point Circle sold this year. The 3rd of 2022, so January 3rd, it sold for $720,000. The appraisal district has $550,000 on it. 40 South Point Circle sold for $678. In March of 21, we have 670 on it. 20 South Point Circle sold for 831. In June of 21, we have 843 on it. And then we have a consideration sale, meaning we only know the loan amount for 24 South Point Circle at 600,000, and we have 700 and 8,000 on it. So I mean, if you this is kind of crummy, but if you just thought that they put 20% down, then that would be a $750,000 purchase, but it is an unknown. They could have put, let's say they put 10% down, who knows, right? Then it would be a $666,000 purchase at 24 South Point, but we don't know. The median value here for sales is $720,000, showing us to be about $80,000 low on the subject. In equity, we're going to be a little bit less concerned about neighborhood, and the study of equity has to do with that there's no funny business going on amongst the classes and square footage. That the thought behind equity is that you can't pinpoint somebody and adjust them in ways you're not adjusting other people. It's a way to make appraisal districts not be lazy and do all the work necessary to get their classes and values correct. So if we were doing something funny, it should stand out in here. There should be some, like, what's going on when you look at this. Our median equity value is 641 and our market value is 636. And this is checking class 6 homes. You see the largest comp that we used was 3,400 square feet. And the smallest comp that we used was 2,200 square feet. And the subject is at 2,700 square feet. Comps 3 and 4 are on South Point Circle. Comp 2 is on South Point Circle, but potentially not on the bay. I don't think it's on the bay. It's an odd number. That was my buzzer, right? All right, that's it.
You have 2 minutes to cross examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal, 4 minutes.
Yeah, we're on the same page in terms of looking at those houses that are on the waterfront and understand that. There is not, I will say that there really is not a difference in, can you go back to your original, picture that you had up there? Yeah, because I think that was important to look at. No, keep going. The one that had all the houses.
Yeah, go to picture, please.
This or this?
That right, that one right there. Yeah, so,
This is you over here.
Right.
That's on Mosaic, Scott, or no?
It is.
Okay.
It's just zoomed way out because we're trying to
yeah,
get
that's
this
not
up here.
good. Anyway, let me just say this. I agree with that. What I don't agree with is when I even look at your comps that you provided me with 9 comps. Okay. I'm going to throw 2 of those comps out because one of those is and that was subject number 3. No, I'm sorry, subject number 1. I will just tell you, our neighborhood, we call this the garage sale house. That house was damaged here in Harvey, completely. The owners walked away from it and sold it as is. Can't even imagine how someone paid $720 for that house. It was an absolute wreck. It was the worst house on a block. And when the people who just bought it, they had to go in and completely re-gut that house. So I don't know what's up with the sale of that house at that price, but it is something's not right. The other one we can throw out is comp 1. There's another one back here, comp 1, that's back on 1601 Cape Valero Drive. To your point, it's way off the grid from what we're looking at. So if I look at the other 7 comps that you provided, 4 of those 7 are valued at less per square foot than mine. Okay, and I just don't understand how that's not equitable. So 4 of those 7 are valued at less square footage than ours. So you've got one of those that, we're coming at 213, got the one that just sold last year right down the street from us, $218 a square foot, another one at 180 a square foot, another one at 205 a square foot. So, I mean, and here's another one at 218 per square foot. So there is a disparity there that needs to be recognized by this board.
Still have a minute.
I'm not.
All right. District rebuttal is 2 minutes.
When you're calculating your price per square foot, what's your equation?
I'm using what I found as market value or assessed value from your CAD based upon the livable square footage.
So you're taking the total value and just dividing it by square footage?
Correct.
Is there any adjustment being made for class, for age?
No, because I didn't make any adjustment for class or age. They're all within our subdivision. I mean, if you look, everything is pretty well. They all look pretty well the same, other than maybe the newest homes, which you pointed out. The newest home on our subdivision across the street from me came in and it only was valued at $241 a square foot. So I don't. My house is 15 years old.
Yeah, what I would, never found a way to do this, to make this work other than to look at a specific one. Because when we are talking about the subject that we're talking about now, it's essentially a cost subject. It's a way of eliminating market and saying, hey, your cost tables are wrong. They're not valuing per square foot correctly, but we're not doing the calculation the same way. We're having to adjust sometimes significantly in depreciation, and it really skews the numbers.
Well, there's not a house in our area that was built before 1986. And
Yeah,
I'll just show
but
you.
your house was built in 2007, that's 20 years.
Right, so the house that's comp subject number 3,
Uh-huh.
comp subject number 4, were built in 2007.
Make sure we got the right
Or
answer.
2004.
Comp 3 is which address?
20 South Point Circle, it was just sold.
Okay.
And it was built in 2007, and it's currently valued at $180 a square foot.
20 South.
20, comp number 3.
Comment with three.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Comp
Well,
number 4.
let me just
Yeah,
speak
okay.
just briefly
Yeah,
about the difference. One of the differences here is they have an extra 2,000 square feet. So their price per square foot should be lower than yours. It should be.
You can say that, but I've never bought a house where that happened. If I bought a house, I've got to go to a neighborhood, and when I purchase a home, it
Right.
doesn't vary that much by what, I mean, the house that you don't even have on here, one of the, that just sold recently is the largest house on our block. Right, okay, it's the biggest house out there, and it sold for $1.2 million. Okay, they paid it by the square foot, and they paid a premium for that, for every piece of that house, so. You know, I know I see where you're going, but that's not, I don't,
I have to live in that world because it's an industry standard
right,
that there's a scale involved. If I had acreage and I was gonna sell you 100 acres or 10 acres, I would charge you more per acre for 10 than for 100. It's the world that we live in appraisal, is that there's scale involved. You either do it by matrices or you do it by a percentage. There's some sort, and just in our life, there's some sort of benefit in buying in bulk than there is in buying in single and less. But I understand what you're saying. We have to deal with that here. People will pay the same amount for more, but it is part of the answer why there's a difference.
Sure.
I mean, a difference in.
I understand.
All right, you have 1 minute closing.
But no, I would just say that's, I mean, that's our argument though, is that I understand there, so this is not a perfect science, we all have to look at it. You guys are dealing with right now a market that has moved dramatically. You know, I think when you're looking at the fact that you have tried your best to be equitable, but in this moving market, it's very difficult to to do that when you've got homes that are selling for well above what current values are, which is certainly seen in the fact that you're, you know, my home is going up 30%, and yet it is not sold. And other homes around us are struggling, you know, or continuing to see higher values as well. I think what needs to be taken into consideration by this appraisal board is the fact that you do have a great disparity here between the values of these homes that are all very similar. When you have a 72% difference in value, and I'm talking about just the homes that are on this waterfront, I'm not including any of the rest of them, then I think there's an opportunity here for you guys to reconsider where my home is appraised.
All right. Ray District has 1 minute closing.
Yeah, Scott, if you bring up his evidence, please. If we run out of time, I'll just not say it, it'll be okay. I have no concerns. Yeah, I just want to point out something here. In the world of equity and just kind of concentrating in our neighborhood, and we're the ones that brought up the neighborhood, so I'm saying that in my own little world here. The 210, the 284, the 218, the 267, 219, 205, 180, 232, and 195, and I think I missed one, a 187 and a 196. Those numbers, they don't bother me at all. What would bother me is if the graph, instead of going like this, what would bother me is if the graph went like this. In this neighborhood, there are differences in all of these homes. This isn't Al Hogan over here where the graph should look pretty flat. Yeah, this seems the way I would expect this to look this way. I don't see anything in here. That house right there, that lot's not as good. It's kind of funky. But these two lots are in the 180, 190 area, and these lots are fine. I don't know anything about them. I'm just looking at numbers. But specifically speaking, I would expect a neighborhood like Cape Valero in equity to look very similar to this. Because of the differences in square footage and the differences in architecture of the homes. Some of the homes are nicer than others. And some of the homes were completely rebuilt with a lot of new elements. So that's all I have.
The ARB now has 5 minutes.
Which one, Scott?
15013. So one of the just proves evidence.
Mm. You wanna look at that one?
Well. Scott, could you put the owner's evidence up for a second in that chart?
Right, evidence?
No,
No.
you had the right
No,
evidence,
no.
but I think that arrow is going to a different file.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
It's okay, just we'll get it right.
Right.
Oh, I see, 15013, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. This arrow, sorry, that's my.
Okay. Oh, you were looking this.
I was thinking the thing at the bottom. Yeah.
15013.
That's that property right there.
Yeah, exactly. And 35, 80 here.
That house sold 2 years ago. After Harvey. By the way.
Can we look at the property card there real quick? 15013. The owner's evidence.
So.
The neighborhood.
Somehow,
There's been quite.
people with the name of Scott are having issues with technology. But that's okay. Yeah, okay. All right. So, I mean, what I'm seeing here is in comparison to the subject property, some of the differences in depreciation, and effective years and actual years built, I think plays part of this, okay? So I mean, to cut to the chase, I can't see anything in the evidence that says anything's out of whack to me.
No, and the equity part, is lower than what the, value, the current value shows.
And and just while the rest of the board is pondering, if we go back to the district evidence and look at one of the prints.
The district, Scott.
Yeah,
He's working.
I see his little fingers flying around the keyboard. Okay, so like just the comparison between the subject and comp 3. We have three years of depreciation because of the 2015 effective years versus 2012 for the subject. The property itself has a lot of congruency, although there's some differences in the porch areas. So what I wanted to highlight is the process that's gone through to take a comp and adjust it to make it comparable to a subject, which involves looking at a feature level, both at a quality level of the house, 6FB, 6ST, there's 15,000 that's added to the quality level of the comp. Because it's a 6FT minus versus a 6FB plus for yours. And the difference in age requires taking 6,000 out of the comp because it's 2015 versus your 2012. And differences in the square footage and stuff like that. So it's a pretty granular comparison to try and get the two in a state of comparison. Okay, I'm with you.
I'm with you. I'm good with this value.
Yeah, I just don't see anything that's out of whack with between the sales and even the equity that would motivate any kind of change.
So you want to make a motion? Want me to make a motion on that? Okay. Case ID number 2022-1979, account number 15005. After presentation from the district's evidence and the owner's evidence, the ARB makes the recommendation or the decision that the value remains the same at $636,490. Q1 incorrect appraised market and Q2 equity have been addressed in the presentation.
Not second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sir.
It's on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next one is gonna be by phone conference, bring in the phone. And it says agent. Case number 1960.
1960.
Page 2.
Do they have a lot of them though?
No, just one.
Really?
That's all. They said they decided they would.
Oh, there were other folks.
There were.
Oh, okay.
So there's other thing from this person that, or this agent that we're not gonna be here.
Other things they're not concerned about, but they're concerned about this.
Oh,
You okay?
Is that accurate though?
That's accurate, yes. Indicated yesterday.
Sure. We need.
Okay.
it's in my hands.
Oh, you need to?
got it.
Jennifer.
Jenna.
You guys ready?
Mhm.
I can get on the right case. There we go. Okay. Hello, Jennifer. This is the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board for calling for your telephone hearing. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jennifer, I have some stuff to go through from an administrative standpoint. If you want to just hang loose, and then we'll get into the specifics of your hearing.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1960, account number 94293, which is 2368 through 2394, South Highway 35 bypass in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Let's verify what we have under protest.
Q1, Q2 market.
Okay, so I see market and equity on your protest, market value and equity. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is included in the determination package that you will receive in the mail after the hearing. Information about completing and returning it are included on that form, including how to take it online if you so wish. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all the evidence that you are going to be referencing today in your hearing?
Yes.
Okay. I just have the, okay. All right, the ARB members who are considering this protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Berg, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and I'm assuming that, Jennifer, that you are considered to be under oath as we have a signed and notarized affidavit from you.
Yeah.
So, okay,
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that this matter shall present to the appraisal of the one for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
all right. Jennifer, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I mean, I have the certificate to protest. Is that what you're referring to?
No, this is, the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board is an organization that, appraisers can be a member of, and I'm guessing you are not a member of that.
I'm not, yeah, I am not an appraiser. I am a real estate agent with a license to protest.
Okay. Very good. In the package of information you received from the district, do you have a copy of a chart, a single page, which is labeled hearing procedure times? And it has two columns. It says when protester goes first, and the other says when district goes first. And it's okay if you can't find it, we'll just step you through the process as we go along.
It's
I'm looking to see if I see it. I've got the telephone conference information in person. I'm pretty, I know that came with it,
Yeah,
so I've seen it.
and that's okay. What the gist of that chart is it details the time limits and the process we'll go through during the hearing, and takes two forms. One is if you present first, or the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first, but you get to make the choice of whether you want to present first or you'd like the district to present first.
Okay. I guess I'd like the district to present first.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a look
All
here.
right, district has 5 minutes.
All right, we're looking at a property that is on the corner of Market and the access road to the bypass. So, that's 1069 or Market. The Valero station's over there, Live Oak Elementary's over there. Ron Hoover's RV is right there. And that's the property. That's the four-way stop that nobody knows how to use, three-way stop. Right? People wave you on even if they're there before you.
and then they go.
Yeah, that's it. It's kind of a crazy spot in town. We're gonna look at some sales. That's 3.7 acres of land. We're currently valuing it, looks like here at $1.96 a square foot. So we're gonna look at a sale in July of 21 for 3.4 acres. That sold for $1.31. And then we'll look at another sale for 2.3 acres. Both of these are bypass sales. Sold for $5.48 a square foot. And then another bypass sale that sold for $1.31 a square foot for 3.4 acres. And so. And so twice. No, it's still okay. Just all right. And then Market Street is the next one for $3.13 for 8 cents of an acre. Giving a weighted value, very high number of 794. We have a land value here of 323. Is there more sales? Oh, there's more sales. Okay. So there's an acre on the bypass sold for $3.24 a square foot. And then an acre on Highway 35 North sold for $12.97 a square foot. All of these are commercial type, frontage properties. Rendering a value of $794,000. We currently have 323. The next thing is the equity grid, and this is us just showing that the other types of land associated close to this basically or have this kind of frontage that we're valuing them similarly. And that's all I have.
Okay, I am actually looking at,
You have,
sorry.
Jennifer, you now have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present, 7 minutes total. I'm running the timer.
I, got the wrong comp. I was, on my notes here for this particular parcel. But I guess I can look at the one that I cannot, I wrote them on my wrong notes for this parcel, but, my, concept, I'm finding that you have listed, for less value than ours is right at, 33734. So we're at $1.96 per square foot, and that particular piece of property, is
And Scott, don't pick the up and show that property, 33734. I don't know. Oh, it's that one right there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all, yeah.
It's got a pond on it, though, you know that, right?
So
let me look at the map right. I'm sorry, yeah, I do see the pond, but that's at the very end of the property, not by the corner of Market and, Peter. So, it's just literally right across the road, and it's quite a bit less per square foot. And, so I guess my question is, why are we so high? When the ones across the road, and that's another hard corner across the road,
Yeah.
Chen's property, can we get closer to where they're at price per square foot?
Scott, how many acres is 33734?
33734 is 9.718 acres. 9.718 acres.
And what's our value on it?
190,
199,360.
199,300. That's what she said.
Need to dive in a little further because I know there was some percentage removed because of the wetlands.
Yeah, we just have to look at it. I don't know. Scott, you're gonna need to bring the property card for 33734 up. A lake. We'll go over that. Is there no adjustment in it? Please tell me there is. Yeah, so we have 1 acre of barren wetland. Is there another card, Scott? Or no, is that it? Is it not? I'm not sure what you guys did. If you go to another card, if you right click on the screen. Next page. Okay. Is that the same one?
Yes.
1.4.
So it's on this first one, if you will go back to it.
Okay.
Is here,
Oh, there you
Okay.
it's. This one has a 60% adjustment. on-
Oh, there it is. Thank you. It's right
Yeah.
there. Okay. We are adjusting that. We are adjusting that considerably. We're adjusting it by percentage. And we're adjusting it. Go to the next card, Scott. We're also adjusting it for lake. So go back to Picto. So we're adjusting a 1 acre lake and then 60% wet for the rest of it. It's not in that 1 acre. That might be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't, I'm looking at this for the first time. I don't know. How wet is that?
Well,
Is it terrible?
I will tell you for what it's worth, I recall this being addressed last year.
Oh,
And at the time, I can't say for sure, but I suspect there were a lot of pictures that may have been involved.
yeah,
A
yeah.
lot of water in there.
There's a lot of water.
Yeah, that's more than one day.
Now,
Scott,
is it a protected woodland or?
I honestly
we don't know.
don't know.
But Scott, will you measure will you measure from this pond all the way to that corner, please? You can, yeah. That's not, no, that's acreage. I just wanted to know the link. And just go to like right there. Yeah, thank you. That's good. So that's about 1,100 feet out of a total of what, Scott? Because it's a, you know, a long, narrow.
Yeah.
So out of 1,940 feet in length, 1,100 of it, you could say either has significant or at least moderate. You know, some of this is terrible, but this is a pretty wet lot.
Mhm.
At least half of it, we would consider to be a problem. So, yeah.
Well, what if, like in San Antonio, we do a lot of filling in, like, so you just fill it up where it's out in the flood zone, or, and I don't even see this, I'm on the map right now, I'm trying to see if it's actually in a flood.
I don't think it is, Jennifer. I don't think it's in a flood zone over here. I would doubt that it is. It's just very low and it must be, you know, it's the catch-all drainage. If we pull this way, Scott, we pull the map down. It's, yeah, there's nothing wet around it. There's a little spot right here, but that's dry actually while this is wet. It's a drain. It's catching water. It's holding water from all around it.
And then the highway is keeping it from going any further.
Correct. And it's built up really well. Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah,
We're in the, district cross and the district rebuttal 4 minutes.
yeah, you know, I'm not sure what that, particular property, tells us about this property, because of some of the issues that it has. That property is known by us because it's a property that's for sale and we always hope no one buys it because of the listing price. We don't want to deal with it. You know, it's
What do
like
they have it listed for, curiosity?
like $2 million or something like that. It's really, really high. And so we have like this secret worry in here that some crazy person's gonna buy it.
Probably not.
But probably not. It hasn't. It's been for sale forever.
That's
Not
that's
long.
crazy, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's been for sale forever. I just think, I think the reality here on this is that it's, you own a good parcel, and I just don't know financially how long you just hold on to something like this. You know, it's not in use, so it's not returning, it hasn't returned its value yet. But I can't imagine that I would sell this for anything less than 325. Can't imagine I would. I don't know. I mean, we don't have any data telling us too much otherwise. And I don't know what to say about it, Jennifer, really. I don't have anything to say, not really.
What if we took out the
You done?
wetland area of, 10 piece of property and factored in what the dry would be valued at per square foot?
Jennifer, you have 2 minutes
Um,
on your rebuttal.
Okay, sorry about that. So my question is, what if I just quickly on MapRight figure out the, square footage on 10 piece of property, the adjacent property we've been discussing with Let? What if I could figure out the value of what it's priced at per square foot on what's dry? And I'm gonna do that as we're on the phone, just to kind of get an idea of
I
what.
mean, we could do it right here.
I think it may be on-
Oh, okay, that'd be great.
If
I
it
have
gets-
map right, which allows me to measure.
What does that say? 153,000 square, so it's, are we doing per square foot? Yeah, we're doing per square foot. So how much is the value? 199? 199,
Right now, 199, yes, 199, yes.
he's at $1.30. That would be $1.30.
Okay. Great. Is that something we could, look at for our property, $1.30 per square foot, based on the fact that that's a dry piece of land and it's smaller, so there's more value in a smaller tract, per square foot than a larger tract?
Times. That's not anything I'm gonna do voluntarily. Because I don't have any confidence, that we have that correct. I also think that your property is better than his because you have road access on two sides.
Yeah.
I think that his property is narrow. I would buy your property before I would buy his. Like I have a problem with it, but I understand
Okay,
that.
well, let's maybe not go down to dollars, like, not allowed to talk, I'm sorry.
No,
No,
you're in your time.
You're in your time.
Oh, okay, so let's say we don't go down to $1.30, based on, what the dry land worth is over at Chin Place. What if we can meet in the middle, like at $1.70 square foot on mine?
In the middle.
All right, we're in 1 minute for district closing. Take whatever you need.
The middle's that would change the value to 280, 500. And.
Okay.
Meet in the middle, How do I feel about meet in the middle? This is what I think, is, the district doesn't have anything else to say. And I am just gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna let the board make a decision. They're paid to do it.
Yeah, right.
You're done?
I'm done.
All right. Jennifer, you have 1 minute for closing.
Okay, well, I mean, just based on the fact that we could calculate the dry area that is developable across the road, it does have, when I'm looking at map right now, well, I see where I guess the feeder does end and it goes back onto 35. But the point is, I mean, it's a mirrored piece of property essentially. I understand we need a little bit more frontage on market, so that's what I'm saying, maybe we need it in the middle at $1.70. Versus $1.30 that we can calculate on the dry land, across the street. So that, I just, would be, just ask the board to consider, reevaluating our price per square foot to $1.70 on our parcel.
You done? You
Yes,
still-
sir.
Have a little more if needed.
Nope, I'm done.
Okay,
That's all I got.
all right, the ARB now has 5 minutes.
Scott, can we look at 881-8686 and see where that is in relation to their to the subject?
And.
That's down. Yeah, that's close to 30-32.
Yeah.
So that's, although it's not terribly far, but it's still, it's the next interstate, yeah. Plus, it's not right past Gulf. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, no. The value of this property. According to the evidence from the district.
Well, yes and no. Some of these comps and these sales comps are pretty wonky to me. But it also is indicative of what the craziness people are paying for this and stuff.
We've seen a slowdown in San Antonio. grading as far as my land.
Finally.
It's
I'm
Putin's
not
fault,
over
right?
for Steve, I would like to know. Right?
It's live.
I'm gonna tell my client, that's why I'm not selling your land. It's Putin's fault.
5:30, 3:20. Okay, for the, to me, for the constant, I'm gonna put in credence in this is not outside.
Right,
Yeah, it's not.
not outside the value, right.
I think it's right on point.
Jennifer, the ARB is gonna make the motion now, new property. Case number 2022-1960, account number 64293. After evidence presented by the district and the owner's agent, the ARB is of the opinion that the value should remain the same. Q1 and Q2 has been addressed in the presentation.
I'll second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, Jennifer. You understand the value? Lisa?
I guess I can appeal though, is that correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
In the
Okay,
determination package you get, there's information on how to do that.
okay,
Okay, thanks for your time.
I,
Yep, she hung up pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that concludes the 8:30 docket hearings. There is a possibility for 10 o'clock. It's one agent. We haven't received anything by affidavit, but perhaps they're planning to come. So we'll give that till 10 and 15, right?
Okay, we'll be here.
All right,
We'll take a break.
Yeah.
good. Yeah, I don't think we have any other business on the agenda.
All
No
right.
letters to be read.
Don't get me to pushing, but
Oh, so we got.
I'm in China.
I had a long time ago, well, 2007-ish time frame. Had a friend who lived, Charlie Powers lived in Honduras. And we set up a VoIP gateway in my house. So he had a local telephone number. And would always blow people's mind when they call that number. And he'd tell them, or in Honduras, you're talking to Honduras right now. Oh.
How many people hung up on you real quick?
There's no on off that I can see. Stop that.
Yeah, calling somebody.
I didn't think I was.
He didn't dial a
No,
number.
no, no.
Can I get you to sign the orders from this morning? Justin.
6th.
I'm not finding. I can see what's- 6.
That's today, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just have to keep on backing out, I think that's, because every time I get lost, that's what Ron does, he backs me out.
I should be seeing 10 o'clock.
Oh, I don't have 10 o'clock on there yet.
Good, okay.
I've got it ready to
That's
go,
good.
but if they don't show, I don't want to go it on the pull of.
And confuse us. Tell me something, of these people who go on for, that decide to go on and try to get
Oh, the appeals.
Yeah. How many of those? I have no idea.
I've never heard any result, response, whatever. And you may be able to glean some of that from the supplemental orders, you know,
Yeah.
like all that raft of information. There's some number that showed settlements or rulings and stuff like that. So
And those are separate from our numbers.
Yeah, because we will have made a determination, okay? And then after that,
It becomes a rule.
well, they may change that, okay? Because at least after we make our determination, it becomes part of the appraisal records that get certified in the appraisal rules. And if after the fact, they appeal in some form or fashion, either through arbitration or through going to district court, and that changes that, then that would show up as a role modification that would be required to change it. But I've never heard, plus minus, you know, up, downs, whatever.
Any of the results.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, we don't, since the ARB is somewhat indemnified, about the only place where it might come into play, or taken into play. Where ARB may be on the hook for attorney's fees. But generally, I think most people, it may turn out to be, particularly a lawsuit going to district court, is a suit against the appraisal district. So even though they say they're appealing, not ruling, it's really appealing, basically like another bite of the apple for the appraisal value. I hear, okay, so they've got a thing about Kamala Harris's latest word salad. I think from yesterday. Which reminds me of, sorry?
She has another doozy, huh?
Yeah, she used the word seriously like 5 times in a sentence.
I think she gets tongue tied or something.
So here's something.
Been around too many young kids. That's one of their big ones these days.
Yeah, right.
You can, reminds me of a situation. Can you come up with a perfectly valid English sentence which uses the word "and" 5 times in a row?
I can't think of one.
So I'll tell you a little story. There was a guy that had a diner, and when a highway that used to go through his town got routed and bypassed, he lost a lot of business. So he asked the sign maker to make a sign, which he was going to put out on the highway. All the sign said was "stop and eat." So the sign maker made this sign, and it was a huge sign, and at the top was the word "stop," and then down at the very bottom of the sign it said "and eat." And the guy on the restaurant says, "No, that's not going to work." He says, you need to change the space on this. I said, "What do you mean?" "I want the same amount of space between "stop" and eat.
And you did.
Valid sentence. There you go.
Now, is there commas between those?
I don't know.
We have a heated IG today.
Oh,
We had the last
10
week.
days.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting worse.
I keep getting these
They are getting so bad.
alerts.
I just think it's time to get out of here.
And then it's like, it's almost like the sun is right above us. You walk outside, it's like walking into an oven.
Yeah,
Yeah, I did this morning and it shocked me and I'm thinking, God, you've been here 20 years. And you're still expecting it to be cool like California.
That's
so
true.
we could hope, you know.
I check the temperature every morning when I wake up.
We know that last weekend, several days, man, you get out there early, you gotta quit.
Mhm.
It's just.
It's 87 now and
We're,
feels like 99. And that's the killer right there. The humidity, man. Oof.
Yeah, the humidity finally came in.
With a vengeance. Gosh, we were at the yacht club socializing. I sat across this lady. And she was saying, I mean, it was like gloom and doom. And it's like I told Tom, let's get out. She was saying, with all of this, I just know we're going to have a hurricane this season.
Oh, thanks.
I know, right? And I was like, oh, tropics and she was going on and on. And I was like, well, hello, Negative Nelly. What you been talking about?
unfortunately, she's probably right.
I'm gone. I don't know. if you can Go there.
If you think about what Harvey was, we were high and dry. Hot.
Ooh, tropical storm. conditions.
The Gulf was in the almost 90 degrees. We're there right now.
Oh,
But that was what. Back to tropical storm.
Are we on mute? Can you mute us? Please.
Okay.
So we're in a public meeting, we're being recorded, let's see, this is scanned in, it's the 30th day of June. We did the submission of the appraisal records, and I submitted to you that I did a diligent search of all the properties and captured the values and submitted that in a thumb drive. After such time, I found that there was an error, and it had to do with undivided interest properties, and properties that you have like a parent account and then you have child accounts. The children accounts, for whatever reason, did not capture properly. I'm bringing that to your attention in the open meeting. That all it was that was changed from that submission to this submission. There's a copy of that report for your purview at any time you want to do so. The secretary is not here today, but you can put it in the records. Again, this is what I read into the record. I still stand by that because I did make a diligent search. Whenever I see corrections that need to be made, I bring them to your attention in an open meeting so that there's no, it's just, I'm just doing it in the open. We were able to capture those today. There was only 3 that did not capture, but I'm going to read those accounts into the record. And those accounts are 24391, 29929, and 65628. All of those accounts were given notice. So they've been noticed. Everything's been noticed. As far as the notice of appraised value, I wanted to bring this to your attention. Last week, we had the submission of the appraisal record in our agenda. We're in an open meeting right now. I'm just bringing it to your attention. So I'm going to submit this to you. So who would you like to do? Okay. And it has today's date on it. There was 2,211 properties that were UDI nature, which is undivided interest in nature. So, and what that is basically, it's a split ownership is what it is.
Does this include just the change or does it include everything?
It includes everything.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an all-inclusive report.
Yeah.
So in the report, if you were to look at it, it would say not under review, under review, and then it would say grand totals. And the grand totals is the whole record. And then the under review is what's left as of today's report. So, and there'll also be the 5% check there. I think when I ran it yesterday on the prelim totals, you can run the 5% check on the prelim total grew down to 7.17.
Okay. I was going to ask you that.
Yeah. And that was as of yesterday at 10:48. So whatever got captured, and I'm going to be doing these twice a week from here on until we're down below 5. So.
And your magic date is the 20th.
The 20th, yeah. No, we're in much better shape than we were last year.
July.
Yeah, we're in better shape this year than we were last year. I was ready. We can only do what we can do. And like I said, the bigger districts, they just do a certified estimate by the 20th. But it appears that we're going to meet that 5% within a good margin this year.
Okay.
So and we're waiting to see if anybody's done it for 10.
So is your perspective, because it doesn't feel like we've dealt with such many large cases. Are you guys settling a lot of these things?
We are settling some, but we have been scheduling the large cases. In fact, it's kind of a top-down kind of situation. It's not top-down in the way of a lot of.
I know you're trying to get those.
The high-value property, they're trying to really expedite those for the purpose of ARB capture and the report. Yeah, we're at 7. Yesterday's report is at 7.17. So 2 weeks before that, it was 12.41. So you're making movement. And there's 20 today's ARB. There's 25, at least 25 million on the books for today's hearing. So, and then you're getting 50% show rate or less. So it is what it is. you know, they've exhausted the remedies. Those numbers just come off every day. Those just count toward bringing that number down. Unless somebody had just cause and they were to submit that in writing to you, but otherwise that number is coming down every day.
Do we need to make a motion or anything on this change?
I submitted that record. I said it in the open record last time, but I just made a copy of a copy of this so I know what date I was talking about when I did that. And I did it in an open meeting that I submitted that record to you.
Yeah.
With the corrections. All I could do is just tell you about it and tell you that I made the corrections. And it's not something that's weird or wonky, other than it just did not capture those children counts. And so when we ran a report and found those, we set up a query to capture those values, and we did that today. So,
Okay. Thanks.
Yep. Make mistake, you tell the world, right?
Especially. Yeah. Must be out of paper again.
Popcorn ready.
Oh, it's.
Okay, we're here at 9 o'clock on Saturday, 8:30.
At least now, I don't know if Val's got any update.
I have it at 9.
Where
I
did
do
you,
too, but I just want to make sure.
And at this time, we have one account for that Saturday.
okay,
Starting at 9.
Yes,
okay.
yes, I'll double check it. But I'm pretty sure that's what we decided on. And nothing from our 10 o'clock yet, so we'll give them to the 10:15 point. And then I think y'all will be able to go until the afternoon, and I actually don't have anything from the afternoon agent yet. So,
Play it by ear.
mhm. Nothing for 10 o'clock yet, so looking like no, but we'll give it to the 10:15.
Stop.
Now the legs crossed. Is there a vault or a safe they'll put those in?
There is, it's not anything fantastic, it's a file cabinet.
Oh, I thought it was maybe the old value bank safe.
They,
I didn't see it. I looked when we did the tour.
We did a tour. Did I miss? the
when they
tour?
remodeled this time around, I think they took it out. And even before I think it was there, and I don't know whether it was locked or whether they just always open or whatever the case might be. You know. But, yeah, no, they call it the vault, yet at the same time, the system, the podcast.
Okay, gotcha. Didn't know.
But it's got a lock.
Yeah, it does. And Kathy's talking, I mean, it's a bloody mess. I mean, it's totally disorganized. Kathy was talking about when to go in and reorganize that stuff.
How would you organize that? By dates?
Probably,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't even know. I've tried
Does it
to,
have a date on an envelope?
I put one on
Okay.
and what it was, and then when it's people that bring in media for their hearings, we have to keep that separate, and I try and keep the date and the property ID and the case number on that.
So I wonder when they appeal this decision, does that evidence go with them to the appeal? Do you know? Have you ever, you know how an appeal? No,
No, I don't.
we're, that doesn't involve us, so.
Yeah.
Unless we never get it all,
Pretty expensive,
Um,
and
I would think so, the court's expensive.
yeah, and I don't know how many, go to arbitration versus.
Right.
Versus
The
actual
actual,
suit.
they probably try arbitration first, because that's
Yeah,
much cheaper.
yeah, I don't know how people feel about, finding arbitration, it's just, you don't have much recourse there,
Well, and
The arbitration.
the court dockets are so backed up, it's like, it might be a year before they can hear this. I don't know. And in the meantime, you still have to pay your taxes.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, then you'll be foreclosed. For ad valorem taxes
They give you about 10 years.
to not pay your taxes. Really?
If you're over 65, they will not sell your property. It'll just go to probate
Oh.
when you're done.
Hmm. No, I won't do that.
Well, isn't there a thing that you can sign up for, that you don't pay your taxes, they come out of probate when the land sells?
I heard that. I don't know about that.
It seems somebody was telling me about that in this county or the state of Texas has that.
You do a reverse mortgage, you have to pay your taxes.
Reverse
You're on default. Yes, they are.
Ooh,
Yeah, I did not do one of those.
Nobody.
reverse mortgage,
yeah.
even though Tom's.
Yeah.
No, it's,
I couldn't believe that. Yes.
I couldn't either. I was like, oh my gosh.
A lot of people.
Older people, they get scammed into that. That's what it is.
You know, I wouldn't give up my equity for nothing.
Well, and then the situation is where they get to the point where they can't keep up the house.
Yeah.
They can't sell it
And
off
that's
to
another
get
ground
enough
for-
money to go into some sort of assisted living.
That's grounds for default also if you don't keep it up.
Yeah.
True.
It's in the fine print. But yeah, going into the nursing home, they will take every dollar you got,
And more.
before insurance, before Medicare will ever pay a dime. All your money's gone.
That's true. You can't even.
So when my mom and dad realized that, they started getting rid of their assets. And they fortunately did it more than 2 years before it passed.
Yeah, I know it takes long,
Yeah.
started out early.
We left just enough in the bank account to take care of them.
But I think even now it's longer than 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. 'Cause,
I don't know what it is now. 2 years ago, it was 2 years. You had to have.
was it just 2 years ago you did that? Well, maybe it's just 2 years. Because they want everything. You can't buy anything.
Yeah, they want everything.
It's such a
Yeah, it is.
one-way system.
But fortunately, that retirement had to keep Southwestern Bell, we had enough that they covered it all, We're fortunate.
One of them recently passed.
My dad was the last one 2 years ago. My mom was 18 months before that.
Yeah, it's sad. Both of mine are gone too. My mom died real early. She was 62.
Mom was 88, dad was 92.
Mhm. Yeah, my parents were all like that. The thing I did make sure I really kept my dad busy after my mom died.
Mhm.
And I think that got him through another 10 years.
My dad was out there dragging fire hoses at 8 by himself.
Wow.
And that's how dispatch knew him, was they called him Solo. Because he's always by himself.
So,
But fortunately, all the other fire departments around would hear Solo and they would, they'd go help him.
That's neat.
Now, they lived here in Holiday.
No, they lived out of San Antonio, a little subdivision of Wood Valley, southeast of town there, and he was Wood Valley Fire Department. The brush truck sat in his front yard.
you said AT&T, so you worked for AT&T.
He works out Western Bell and then went to AT&T when they diversified.
Yeah. And then he was a volunteer fireman or something?
Yeah, he retired at 85 when he was 55. And they paid him full
Wait a minute, he
salary.
retired at 85?
No, in 1985.
Oh, no, okay.
And he was 55 years old, but they paid him full until he hit retire,
Yeah,
Social
So
Security,
that's where they do it.
because they were getting rid of employees. You know, but they kept their full benefits.
It was really a good deal.
It was, they took care of them. They did, they don't have it anymore. The youngsters, they hire on.
Yeah.
Well, nobody stays that
But it
long.
was, yeah,
Because I think you had to have 15 or so years in. My dad worked for North American Aviation, and they were cutting down.
Yeah.
So he got that early.
Mhm. yeah, they took care of them.
And his insurance afterwards, health insurance, everything was paid.
Everything was paid. Same with him.
I tell you, that health insurance is the best benefit you could have. I remember, I mean, it's just so expensive, you know, when I was self-employed selling real estate, God, it was a killer. And I was divorced and. Man. So
Yeah, that was
expensive.
why I stayed with Victoria College for an extra 5 years, because I
Yeah.
would have 10 years in. And at that time, they covered your insurance for the rest of your life. And so anytime I have surgery, which is not very often,
Thank goodness, huh?
I don't pay for even the cleaners.
If I stayed 3 more years at HEB, they would have paid full medical. But I wasn't about to stay a little.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yep. You would say too loud.
No, because then we would be considered.
See, that's the part I don't quite get. Why not show up?
If you've gone to this trouble,
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
you know,
What is this trouble? Show up.
but to get to this point, I guess all it is checking the box on the form and sending it in. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, no, they've made an
Yeah.
appointment. They've made an appointment. So somebody has called them or
And then
they called in.
Maybe
so-
they settled, I mean, who knows, but.
It is
Scratch them
strange.
off the list.
There you go.
Comes in and that's,
Got the stack of paper in.
yeah. Guess I'll go home and work on the pigs. Got some pigs, I'm making big jam.
Can you bring some of this afternoon?
Or if it.
Do you have the, you know the time?
Yes, 10:13. It was 10:13. Yeah.
My computer says 10:15.
Yeah, I know.
Well, according to the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yours says what?
I like her computer.
Yeah.
My phone
So I
says
just want-
10:13.
Yeah, so we'll wait a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
We do have our commercial appraisers out this week. Who had, much of the interaction with some of the people that are scheduled for today. And we're having him check his email from his house, just to make sure that they didn't send anything to him. But, regardless, we'll look at that timestamp on 10:15 for the time for, somebody calling in or whatever, so. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
We'll be here.
Not going anywhere.
And I did double check, it is 9 AM on Saturday.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess.
Yeah, he does most of our commercial stuff.
It was.
So. I'll be back to the business. Sounds like she just got a meeting.
Yeah.
Should have locked it.
I have noticed that the majority of the people come in or out of town.
Although yesterday, were like Arlington and Bernie, San Antonio.
Yeah.
I stayed there for a long weekend.
Well, and too, they don't have exemptions like some locals do, homesteads over 65. So theirs just keeps kind of. It's interesting that last week up in Nashville. Settled Rockport. I met some people from Maui this weekend that had moved to Rockport on holiday leave. How they found them on the internet.
Yeah. That's really expensive. up there.
Yeah, I mean, the house they bought was. I don't know the price of it, but that house that they bought in Maui had been close to $1.5 million. They're all excited. I mean, it's an older house with a lot of repairs that need to be done. Why would you leave Maui?
But people know this area. When I first retired, I worked national parks during the summer for 3 months. It's how you really get to know a park in an area. And it was great, but everybody I talked to knew Rockport. It was like, oh, Rockport. And
They love, I know people
it's
love
just
it.
love it, yeah.
When we were overseas. The apartment that we had. I really got to love gummy bears.
Oh,
And I would sit at night, I would be reading in bed and
I'll be your gummy bear.
And the landlord, he had a world map on the wall. And since it was made in, some map maker company in Europe, so the center of it was Europe. So I'm sitting there popping gummy bears and I'm staring at this map, and the United States had, down in Texas, they had Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Rockport.
wow.
Amazing. Somebody must have been traveling and came across Rockport and liked it. Put it on the map. Interesting. Yeah, I think we're good to go. It's 10:18 according to all the clocks I've got. I'll just double check, but I'm sure.
Yeah.
Holy.
So 1:30.
1:30. One maybe.
To come back with just one.
That's okay.
You get
Well, no,
it.
it's supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be more than one case though? One case. Hey, look at it. Every time they give us that we come back for those, we get paid for that.
That's true.
You know, and all we have to do is one. And I think it's why we spread out some of the letters and stuff. So if they don't have them, they can. Yeah. So they're really being very nice.
They are.
Okay, so we go at 1:30.
You don't wait for Scott.
Sure we don't skip out.
Yeah.
It's trouble.
Then you won't have a court.
Want to get in trouble.
No.
We're just double checking Damon's email to make sure that
Okay.
nothing came in last minute. Through email,
I put it on.
which, I mean, to be honest,
They
if it came in through email, then we could deal with it this afternoon. But that's okay. Okay, we got it.
Other than a couple of days, we haven't been exactly what we want.
If I need to do a lot of start their tablet or anything.
I'm at 77.
75.
75.
Okay. Super good.
It's not going to do that. I'm not gonna do it.
I almost. Why his hand, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. You didn't want to get behind there.
Yeah, really. Great. Stuck his hand and got one of those.
The good ones?
I get a little stick guy, you know.
Yeah. Those are for us.
No, I told him that, you know, hey, because I hate eating in front of other people. I mean, that's a little
Yeah.
rude. He only usually has one little piece, but it was a good one.
So this is the new phone.
Yeah.
It seemed to work pretty good. The other one did too the first few days.
Well, it connects to the network with Wi-Fi. And evidently the handshake and the connection, it uses an IP address that's coded, you know, hard coded as opposed to a dynamic IP address. And when they had a power outage, the other system that it talks to lost the IP address.
Wasn't in the memory.
Well, no.
So,
I just verified that, I looked in that, email just to make sure that, he didn't receive anything. I didn't see.
He did.
okay, we'll see you after lunch.
34.
Well, no one to say, what's your, okay, that's what. So, like, you'll be notified at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting, however, it looks like it's what you want to be notified, but if it's email, regular mail, so you'll be notified. Yeah, we did match something we set up. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, no, right. I said even, but I don't know. Here's the
We actually.
Okay. Nothing. Everybody, okay. Oh, we did, yeah. Okay. For sure, he's not leaving anything. We have to.
Appreciate you for remembering that. Thank you. I need anything else, just give me a call or if I need to.
Yep.
Thanks, appreciate y'all.
No, no. I'm sure he'll pull up a little bit. I can guarantee. He doesn't agree. He doesn't have a point that he's on a lot. And. Oh, maybe you want to go then. Yeah, no, I'm. Well, he could be here, he's got a house here.
Right.
We also have some things to know, so maybe we can talk about this, I don't know. I don't know. Or even maybe not already.
This can,
Gosh, I just quit in the middle of that.
Okay. All right, so we are commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-734, count number 58751, which is 808 Barwood, Rockwood. This hearing is being recorded, it's being live on YouTube. And we'll verify that, yes, it's online.
it says Q1 and Q2, and then on the tax letters, that's what they checked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. All right, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McKinney, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bergen, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Resolution is solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal of the board for the Madison County Appraisal District.
Okay, district representative, can you read the affidavit into the record?
Evidence section 1 is the owner. Email address section 2. The property under protest 808 Borgler Lane, Lockport, Texas. It's west, the legal description is West Terrace, Unit 1, Block 10, Lot 1 South, 50 feet and north 23 feet of 2. Section 3, reasons for protest: incorrect appraised market value and or the value is unequal compared to other properties. Section 4, number of pages in the evidence, 11. Section 5 is blank. Section 6, I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and arguments submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear. This is signed in the county of Harris by Aaron Weiss on July 4th, 2022. Notary is Roberto Gonzalez. And the affidavit states before me, the undersigned authority on this day personally appeared. The underside, and at the end, I can't ever say that word right. To me, well known, who after being by me first duly sworn on their oath did depose and say as follows to wit. Property Aransas CAD 58751 808 Wargo Lane, West Terrace, Unit 1, Block 10, Lot 1, South 50 feet and north 23 feet up to property ID 58751. There has been no use of the 77-year-old improvements house in over 10 years. They continue to rot and deteriorate. My opinion of improvement value is $15,000. Land in comparison to 9 other lots as attached. Supports last year's value of 17,060, total value $32,060. The next page here is stuff off of a website, and first one set is 64 West St. Charles Loop. This is a listing. It says for sale right there. I am not gonna read all that. The next one is 63 West St. Charles Loop for sale. The next is 23 Poolside Loop for sale. And then 613 West Shady Oak Lane. And then 226 Devonta Drive, 613 West Shady Oak Lane, 135 East St. Charles Loop, 136 St. Charles Loop, 268 Post Oak. And then there is a picture of the house, I'm assuming. That's a picture of the house. Go to the end. That's it. We'll go to the evidence here. Jackie, if you don't mind pulling up the picto and going to the front of the house. No, yeah. Try to get to the front. I want to see something here. Okay. We have an 80% function on the house. If you look at our property card, we have not added any age, and we have the condition BW for badly worn. So we have the value pulled down pretty low. It is fully depreciated and further depreciated by us in the form of a function for, this is a 4 house. And there's going to be some comps. One is a mobile home, 812 Warburg Lane, so this is pretty close by, sold for 75. Then also in West Terrace at 822 Heron Lane, sold for 205. Also in West Terrace on Ibis, sold for 166. I know that we could be pressed here. The district can be pressed to get more reasonable sales. The problem is there are not reasonable sales in comparison to something like this. Everything is selling so high that the reasonable kind of thing is you can get comp number 3, you can get 768 square feet for $165,000 in West Terrace. Equity. This equity grid is terrible. First one is pretty bad, which ignore that that's in there. Let's just go to the second one. This is a mobile home. We're trying to get low value stuff. That's the idea anyways. First one was just missed. So we're getting like in comp 3 and 4, we're getting class 3, trying to get it small, like the 900 square foot stuff to produce, a decent equity comp. We're able to get show an equity value of 56,911. And so we're comfortable with our number. That's all I have. As far as closing is concerned, it annoys me to no end that they produced all this data, and every data point is on the other side of the county. On the lowest value can in the county.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So that kind of stuff is hard for me to
I agree.
take serious.
Yeah.
What is this?
It's across from More Than Greed, or go to the gas station there for Cracker Barrel. It's the neighborhood behind Cracker Barrel.
Okay.
That website, I think, was Houston area realtor. That's what it looked like.
I didn't even know these were for sale in Holiday Beach.
I haven't seen them. Those are sales. And I look every day.
Oh, that last one is really cute.
Yeah.
And number 3, that's big. That's
Nice,
nice.
yeah.
This house that is under protest is not a good home at all. It's probably not lived in. And we just have it. That's why we have such a low value on it. Full condition though.
Increase in the land,
They would, I'm sure, I mean,
10,000.
okay,
Yeah, the improvements were 610 increase, but the land value,
That was $10,000.
I think it's all there. Must have-
sure, yeah. I mean,
How many pieces of land do we even see in this,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we can look through the sales ratio report and see. So, where the land is, there's a lot that sold 6,000 square feet, sold for basically 22.5 in West Terrence. Yeah. $40,000 for $43,000 for 13,000 square feet.
this is 27.
The subject had 9,000 square feet. 27, yeah, so,
No, this is,
I'm good with this value.
yeah,
Even 610, is that because of something discovered?
neighborhood adjustment,
Okay.
yeah, we changed the neighborhood.
Okay, you ready? Case ID number 2022-734, account number 58751. After presentation of the evidence from the district and the affidavit from the owner, the ARB is of the opinion that the value remains the same at $46,090.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. Don't know if we've got anything else.
We can only wish.
Here comes Val with the good news.
All that,
Man,
okay, then we're all done.
okay, totally.
For the day?
For the day. Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, well.
We look for
Well, we figured out an error that we had, so, but it's all right.
Okie dokie.
It will be all right.
Okay, well, we'll leave you your little papers. There were a lot of them.
Yes. So tomorrow is Friday for y'all.
Yes. We're so sad.
What do you
about it.
mean?
Well, because it's Thursday
Logical.
and y'all's last day.
Our grade. And then.
Oh, I got you. I got you confused because I'm like, we don't work on Fridays.
And-
Saturday.
Oh, that's right. But tomorrow should be, I think, all affidavits.
Oh, that's good. I like it.
Somebody want to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.